Good morning, everyone. Hopefully no more power outages today. How is everyone doing? Greetings, greetings, greetings. Hope you all are having a great day. Be sure to enter the giveaway if you're a subscriber. Hey Pravati, we're about to go have some fun. I know we kind of did this yesterday, but there were some unfortunate circumstances that happened. So we're going to do it again.
Find you. Look out! That's gotta hurt. Go! Everyone all right?
You know, if you walk in front of my shot, usually isn't too helpful. Oh yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, hacked it. Nice. Boots. Antique saber. Sure, we'll click that.
Here we go. Nice one.
I am not shooting well today. Pravati, could you carry some more stuff? Kind of need a little bit more gear. Starting to move slow because we have too much gear. Hey, we'll sell it. Dausen will sell the excess gear that we do not need. For Dausen knows, to explore you must find all the great things. Ah, it appears they were planning to have some interesting things to display. Cannot let things go to waste. That would be an insult to the Emperor. Oh wait, never mind. You do not know the Emperor. Oh. You must remember we've been brought to this Emperor-forsaken realm. Where he is not known and they have no understanding of the world. They don't seem to have an issue with warp or chaos either, so not sure how we got here. Intriguing. Hey, we got medicine. That's the medicine we were told to come here to get. So now we have that. So now we just gotta decide who to give it to. Hey, we can wear a hat. And it gives us science. Greetings, acid. Put them both in that, too. Science 3. Science 5. 5 is better than 3. Alright, we've offloaded some gear. Give me just a second. Alright, we're back. Sorry about that. We had a door that was locked that needed to not be. Alright, we have lots of this that we need to sell. Just not sure which things to sell. I want to grab this while we're here. I don't think we need this shunt yet.
It's not the best choice. It's the best choice.
I do not think we want to exit yet. Oh, we're overladen again. Trying to decide what weapon we want to save. So that's 173, 170. That one's not as good. Yeah, that'll lighten us up a little bit. And still skill 5, which is the same we had there. That one has less armor, but it has the other mods we're using. So yeah, we'll offload that one because it's the same armor. And we do need to liquidate some of these supplies. We are just too much. By the way, Acid, I am finalizing stuff for the post-apocalyptic game we're going to be doing, and I'll be getting that done this weekend so we can get things playing. Hopefully next week. Need to figure out when people can schedule to do it, though. We'll do that for now. At least offload some. Oh right, Parvati has a advancement she can take. 10 engineering would be useful. I'm good for the engineering because we do certainly need the help with engineering. Yeah, look at that. That's good. I thought there were stairs somewhere. But now I don't know where they were. Oh.
I'm on it. Incoming.
Alright. I think he's short an arm. Hey, we found 2 of those now.
Attacking! I'm keen. It's not the best chores.
Vote time! Who gets the medical supplies? That's odd. The F keys aren't saving like it was. Interesting. That altered on us as well. Say what? Give me just a second. I need to look at something. Because those aren't lining up right. Alright, let's try that. There we go. After the power outage yesterday, I want to make sure we save and don't, lose progress. So yes, time to vote. Who gets the meds?
I wish I could do
Why
that.
use one when we can use none? Oh. He apparently didn't know the proper canticles to, No! Was trying to loot and accidentally slept. Well, I guess we know what happened here. He didn't use the proper Mechanicus canticles to take care of the machine spirits. And he paid the ultimate price for doing so. Foolish man. Nothing really there. We have explored this place sufficiently. Let us move on. Wait a minute. There was this place that we saw back here that we'd not been able to get to. We must find out how. And we can offload some of this junk so we can move a little better. There's a way across from that roof to that roof, and we want to know what's there, for we must thoroughly explore. There must be some way up there. I did not see one inside, but we may need to reinvestigate. It may have been missed. Because if we can get up there, there was pipes or some such that went across to the other location. And we would like to know what's there, because you never know what you'll find when you search the less seen places of this world. Well, maybe not this world, I don't know. But I did find the squats when we were adventuring and searching places that had not been found, and they were a fun find. Good enrichment of materials for the Imperium. Yeah, let's go upstairs here and see if there is stairs out, a door out. I did not see one, but we should look again to be sure. It should be on that side where we exit. Yes, there is nothing here, so we need to investigate on the outside of the building then, and see if there is a location we can use. See, that pipe seems like it would help us get over to the other building and maybe find out what is in this building. I want to know what's in there. How else do we find what's in there? I do not believe the jump from there to there can be made. But I may be wrong. I don't know how we'd get up there anyways, because that's the roof. There's no way up there that I had seen. So if there's a way up here, we could cross that pipe. That is my current thought on the best means of moving to that locale. Can't seem to quite jump high enough. Well, if you want to work legs... that knocked me off the edge. Has to be some way to do it.
Okay, keep it quiet.
Well, that was unfortunate. It pushed me off. I don't think we can quite jump that high either. Ow. I thought maybe there to there, but we don't seem to be able to jump quite that high. We jumped to about there. Not able to clear it. But that we look to be able to jump. So if we get from there across, we could get on the roof of that building and potentially investigate the interior there, which is what we would like to do. Am I missing something? Didn't think so. Worth a shot. Has to be some way to get up there. But yeah, if any of you guys know how to get up there, feel free to let me know. I'm gonna keep trying. At least a little while longer, because there has to be some way to do it. I remember doing it before, I just can't remember how I did it. So if any of you remember, feel free to let me know. we could get up there... I do not think we can jump from here to there, though. Just too far of a jump. Oh. That looks troubling. We will have to deal with those beasts soon.
Huh? You hiding? You scared? Here we go. That's the last of them.
Interesting. A marauder camp up here. What were they doing?
Nice.
I don't think we've investigated that part. We should do that. We did check that one out. Is there a way we can see up here to aid us in knowing the best way up? I mean, we can't jump from here all the way across. That I know. That's too far of a jump. We had the Sanctioned Psyker. They have the ability to levitate. That could work. But we don't have those abilities. Let's think about this a moment. You know, if you reset your key bindings and forget to do so, it doesn't always wind up having the best result. Alright, pulling up the resource manager so I can see what kind of performance we have. It does look like the GPU is what's pegged now, so it's very interesting. Let's try that. Then again, it is only in this open world area that we seem to have the problem. Inside any of the zones, including the whole town, we're okay. Just out here is where we seem to get some frame drops. I still think there might work, but that lift there is causing it to not work. There, I don't think you can quite, unless you can get up on one of those, but when we tried, we just fell right off. I don't know. But I mean, there has to be some way. Because it's open. You have to be able to get there. Not sure how. Oh yay, we're overweight already. That's just what I wanted. Just what I wanted. You know, when you're used to having a retinue to assist in doing things, it makes this a little bit different. Interesting. Hmm. This is such a strange world. Ah, we had been there. We now found where the book came from. Interesting. Parvati, let's see what we can find. Ah, an alternate route. Interesting. Not lucrative, not supportive, but nonetheless intriguing. Alternate means of navigation, should the need arise. And what is over this ridge, I wonder? Oh, a desolate wasteland of inhabitable zone. Do not believe that going into a lava flow would be conducive to our health. They tend to have fumes that are not agreeable with our systems. Why? Why frame drops? Alright, I may drop it further. I don't know why it's having such problems, but it is. I think he has a headache.
I don't know anybody who ever came out this far.
You know yourself, do you not? You came out this far. You can now tell others that you have managed to survive out this far. You've done it, and returned. Some sort of energy cell. Wonder what we can do with that. Doesn't seem to be more of those hostile individuals. Now that looks like a robot that would be worth supporting us. Reminds me of one of the Mechanicus units that our ship engine seer, or was he a data smith? I can't remember. Whatever the Mechanicus individuals on our group had. It was a good asset. Hostile? Nope. Apparently not hostile.
Done.
By the Emperor, this has a lot of stuff we have to carry. Where's my servitors when I need them? Did not do as much damage as I had hoped it would do. So what are those machines, what do they call them? Vending machines around here. I need them to provide me with some additional, what do they call them? Bits? Chips? Whatever. Apparently that's the going currency in this place. Ow, my ears.
All right, I'm on the move. Coming.
There must be a vending machine in this settlement somewhere. It apparently was occupied at one point. A lot of evictions. Ah, another one of these mechanical contraptions they seem to use for it. In place of servitors, they seem to use robots. I think I'd prefer the servitors. More
Easy.
reliable by the looks, with how many of these are broken down. Nothing? No? That is disappointing. I was really hoping that you would provide us with a machine to offload some gear in exchange for some form of resource. Ow! Let's see if there's any way into that larger factory-looking building. Well, after we talk to this strange creature.
Wow, you crossed them all off, like some sort of heroic accountant running down a list. Teach me your ways.
Nothing is offered for free, my dear.
Oh, well that's a shame. I mean, I could pay you in Adrena time, but I've already bartered most of my stash over to these poor saps. You, on the other hand, you were a sight to behold. If I had half your skills, I'd be the greatest outlaw the coast has ever seen.
Would you care to clarify a few things for me?
I'm great at clarifying.
Are you from Edgewater?
I got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself. I'd heard some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them. seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them.
Interesting. Are you a prisoner here?
No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit.
I see. And how are you even alive?
I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma.
I am not sure I believe that. How did you actually pull it off?
I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it.
Drugs, of course. Lowlives and their desire for drugs. Something else.
I've got all the time in
You
Halcyon.
should return to where you came from. I'll be leaving. Alright, so nothing here. We'll have to head off towards the location that the Mr. Reed had said that we should find things. Let me see one thing here. Give me just a moment. Alright. Alright, this slow walk is annoying. We need to find a location to offload this. Hide.
Not a peep from me. Let's go.
Well, we've cleaned that nest of infernal creatures out.
Oh, clever.
I believe we forgot to put our gear back on. We did. That is definitely heavier gear than we have. However, the additional range skill and carrying capacity is probably going to help us a good bit. Since we were unable to do TGR yesterday, we will be doing that here in just a few moments. As soon as the little dude is ready to do so, he's finishing his lunch, and then we will do so. Let's see, there's the guy. Alright, we're not far from that camp that we were told to go to, so let's head there. Parvati, I hope you know these people and can convince them to not be foolish, and hopefully assist in these endeavors. Yes? No? Maybe? Well, apparently they've been fighting off these canids.
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble.
Excuse me. Be polite, would you? I'm not asking for trouble. I'm asking for you to be nice.
I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
What's your deal?
Armed strangers wandering into my camp for one. Some of my camp wandering out for another.
I see. So, who's been wandering out of your camp?
Got anything in you besides questions? No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her.
I see. Is she, upbeat, a little strange in the head, likes Rizos? I think we met her at a marauder camp.
Thank the Eternal. Wait, marauder camp? Is she all right?
Yeah, she thinks she became one of them. She thinks she's like the queen of the marauders or something. She's a little deranged in the head.
Queen of the Marauders, huh? That's what comes of watching serials. Rots your gray. If you could bring her home, I'd be obliged. And if you could cross off some marauders on the way, I'd be much obliged.
Some questions about her. How do you intend for me to get her back?
I'll tell you what I can.
So, like, what do you know about her?
Well, enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does.
Then we'll have to talk to this Stefan person. Can't see why you didn't get along with her, though.
She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own.
Very well. So
What is it?
I need to be going and talk to this Stefan. And hopefully you have someone who's willing to buy some unneeded gear or a workbench to break it down.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Do not believe he will let me acquisition the goods here very willingly. He does not seem to be the willing sort. We have completed the acquisitions. Let us move on. Come Parvati. More acquisitions must be made. And also some liquidation of unneeded provisions. Do you sell anything, good sir? Intriguing. Reminds me of closer to the Imperial model of weaponry. May we speak, sir?
You hungry? We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with?
Just need to give you something. And then talk about someone.
Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
Ooh. Please don't tell me you're talking about human meat being right off the limb. That's disgusting. I believe we already have these sort of things. We already have a tech skill one. Already have most of what he has to offer. We don't have that pistol, but I don't know that we really need it. Nothing we really need. But let me sell you some things.
Something I can help you with?
I was told one of your members went missing.
You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off.
I see. And what happened on the day of Zoe's disappearance?
Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions.
Something like that. Was she asking strange before she disappeared?
Can't say I recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd.
Can you tell me a bit about her?
Zoe was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her.
I see, and what was this surprise?
The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day.
Any chance I could have you lend that to me? Temporarily.
Not much of a chance, no. Mind if I ask why you're interested?
Zoe's over with some marauders, and I need something to convince her to come back to the camp.
Zoe's living with marauders? Yeah, that sounds like the sort of sideways, sprat-brained plan Zoe'd come up with. Yeah, it could be you're telling the truth. Or maybe you're trying to wheedle me into relinquishing my only copy of the Masked Marketeer. It's a collector's edition after all.
Do I look like I give a care about your show?
Yeah, you're probably right. A true fan would have displayed a gleam in their eye upon hearing the words collector's edition. Here you go, latest copy of the Masked Marketeer. Tell Zoe we're all waiting.
Sure. We'll see you around. Alright, give me just one moment to get things set here. And we will do TGR as we were unable to do so yesterday.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production offline. Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright, welcome to this delayed edition of TGR, where Little Dude reviews a game. Hey buddy, you wanna say hi?
Hi.
So what's this game?
Subnautica.
Subnautica, and what do you do in Subnautica?
I don't know.
You don't know? Well, tell them. What do you do?
Harvest things.
You harvest things? Like what kind of things?
The things that you need to build stuff with.
Can you name some of them?
A knife. And a scanner. I don't know anything else.
Okay. Well, what is this thing that we're in right now?
Something that looks like a car.
Like a car? That looks like a car?
Yeah.
Oh. But it's underwater.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that you can swim underwater and get around by their fish easier.
Interesting. And what do you think about this game?
Good.
Yeah, what do you like about it?
You with this?
You swimming?
Yeah, it can make us swim really fast.
I see. Is there anything scary in the game? Is there anything fun?
It's fun.
Okay. Well, what else have you seen in the game?
Spider fish
Yeah?
and gas wheels.
Gas whales and spiderfish, you said? What kind of fish?
Gas whales and spider.
Biter fish. I see. So you're saying some fish bite you?
Yeah.
That sounds scary. So, anything else you want to tell them about the game? Any things you like about it?
I want you to tell
You want me to
about
tell them? Okay.
Yeah.
So you swim around, your spaceship got destroyed, and so you are now stuck on this planet. And you are on a planet that is covered in water. And so now you get to try to survive. So it is a survival exploration game. It's interesting. Little dude likes it. He likes the interesting critters swimming around and getting to explore and find things. And of course, he enjoys the whole get to build things, which is, fun to watch him get all excited about interesting things. There's the option to require or not require food and water for survival. So, yeah, it's interesting. Anything else you want to say about it?
Why you just talk?
I did just talk about it. I'm asking you if there's anything else for you.
There's not.
Okay. Well, I want to make sure you tell the people everything you want to about the game. It's your game review, not mine. I'm not going to tell them if it's a good game or not. That's your job. You tell people if it's a good game or not, and you tell them why it's a good game, okay?
Okay.
So what else you want to say? Anything else?
No.
Okay. Well, that has been a segment for TGR. This has been Subnautica, and this is review by Little Dude.
I want you to tell.
You will find ship parts floating around in the water that you can acquire for materials, but there's also some that are scannable so that you can get new things that can be constructed. So as you find things and discover things, you will get additional things that you can build and create. And you will need to keep an eye on your health due to hostilities, but also on your oxygen, as losing oxygen is not healthy for the human body. Alright. Alright, so
Scan the.
you want me to try to scan them with the scanner? Okay, here. See, we can't scan them with the scanner. We already did. This is looks like it's called a tree mushroom. Say tree mushroom? You say tree mushroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, well, that has been this edition of TGR. Little Dude Links Subnautica, and you think people should play it?
Uh-huh.
Okay, tell them.
I think y'all should play it with us.
Alright. That's been this segment of TGR, Thursday Game Review, even though it's Friday today, with Little Dude. I say bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
We'll see you next time on TGR. All right. If only it was Fable, we'd kick the chicken. Whoa, just had a frame there. Give me a second. Let me make sure everything's stabilized. You stable? We good now? You got everything switched around? Alright. Please be stable for us. I think I need to start working on building a secondary system and then looking at getting one of the capture cards. Since, yeah, I don't have one. We'll finish clearing this place out and then we'll finish liquidating everything instead of, you know, going faster and then slower and faster and slower. Pravati, you good with what we're doing here? I hope so.
Keep your wits about you, friend.
Alright, this looks like Zoe. Yep. Uh-huh. So she has issues with a certain substance called adrenatine. Oh my. She did that intentionally. This individual is severely lacking in sanity, common sense, and intelligence. Oh. She really is not a very bright individual, is she? Mm-mm. I'm glad you support this actions of acquisition, Pravati. Wasn't sure how she would respond to acquisitional conduct. She seems to be an uncertain individual in that regard. We can't take that? That's too bad. Alright, let's see what we got here. Personnel file. I think password is Flibberty Lou. See? I knew it. Let's see the first entry. Personnel files. First entry. May the Eternal bless my first endeavor. Oh, sure. Yeah, powerful fertilizer indeed. What are you going to use? Alright, what is the last entry then? Okay. Fever, shallow breath, delirious. Yep. Plague. Wonderful. Ah, so you're actually using produce for them to not be sick. It's understandable. The old histories of scurvy of, not having proper vegetation. Alright. Entry the first. Repurposed the botanical lab from its original concept. Okay. Spacer's choice, cheap and unreliable. Alright. Interesting. Soil is sour is true. Don't know quite how to explain that, okay. And natural fertilizer with organic materials. What? What is she referring to? You need to investigate further.
Oh gosh, it's so pretty.
Hey, I saw that.
Didn't think you would since you didn't in the doorway.
Got it. Heads down. Oh gosh, it's so pretty.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Just keep your fingers to your...
Really? She turns right at the moment.
What do you think you're doing? Carry on.
Alright, come on. Fresh chicken sounds tasty. Hmm. Ah. Looks like some sort of orchard or
Oh,
apple
that's
trees.
Thomas. He used to follow me around before he left the cannery.
Ah. He's the one. Interesting. So they're free if they're on the floor. Ground. Alright. So there's a workbench there, that's good. I want to find the fertilizer. Where she... Ooh. Let's not walk that way. I want to know what she's using for fertilizer, where she's getting it from. What kind of materials she is utilizing. That could be a very profitable bit of details.
I wish I could do that.
Wonder how much Mr. Thompson would pay to know what she's using for fertilizer. Because that could definitely help them there. Interesting, a loose cable. That door's sealed.
Hey, I saw that. What do you think you're doing?
Bravade!
Carry on.
Why did you open that door? These people think they own things, and it's actually the Emperor's. You need to stay put.
Okay.
We are doing Imperial acquisitions. Alright. I think that Inquisitor that used our ship for a time would be pleased.
What do you think you're doing?
For me.
We'll have to wait till she's
Inside voices.
not.
Heading back.
Ah, there was the stairs to go up a floor. Let's go up a floor and see what we can find. We need to find out where she's making her fertilizer. Greetings.
I'm going. Gotcha.
Decent acquisitions.
In a jiff.
In a jiff? What is this jiff you speak of? Where is your fertilizer production facilities? They do have quite a few of these trees, fruit trees. Where is the fertilizer? Parvati, where do you think they would keep their fertilizer production? None of these buildings seem to have it. But they must be having it somewhere. They must be having something. Let's go back and check the greenhouse that elderly lady was in again. The leader. What was her name? We must be missing something here. Wait, you don't think if we can find some gold teeth we will know for certain? Look for a set of gold teeth. If we find the gold teeth, we know what she's using for fertilizer. Oh no. I think we figured out what she's using for her organic fertilizer. Parvati. Not sure how to tell you this, girl. Hmm. How's it going, Codeine? I think you and Acid are the only two main ones here now. I'm the only ones chatting. I don't know who's all in view. Codemasters usually is, but I don't see him today. I don't know what happened to him. A set of golden teeth, mostly complete. I think we know what that means. Oh boy. Miss Adeline, we need to speak. I think we know where your fertilizer comes from.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear?
You must be Adelaide.
I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you. You're Robert's girl, aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned.
Is this your greenhouse?
No, dear. The garden belongs to us all. Life is the gift of the universe, and the universe yields its bounty equally, absent of prejudice.
I see. I'm surprised you've managed to grow anything out here. From what I've seen, the growth on this planet does not seem to be very conducive to healthy survival of the planet, shall we say.
The soil around the Vale went sour years ago, but I found a way to sweeten it back up. The secret recipe is a little bit of elbow grease, a dash of love, and a heaping pile of special fertilizer.
Can you tell me more about this special fertilizer? Looks like you made a home for yourselves out here.
A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots.
see. Why'd you leave your old home?
It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I will say on the subject.
Give me just a moment and we'll press on. I need to take care of one quick thing, and then we will see what we can do. Very well. We shall speak with you about Reed now. He wishes to make peace with you.
Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile?
No.
Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then?
He's asked you to consider coming back to town. He's willing to make amends.
Make amends? Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves.
Well, he did ask me to divert power over to him. He mentioned something about a geothermal plant.
He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans?
Well, you know, I need a power regulator to repair my ship.
Cannery's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the cannery's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious cannery. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do.
I see. I shall consider it. What do you have against the town?
You've seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the cannery, living off whatever scrap Spacer's choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them.
I do not approve of you conducting yourself against her so. She has aided me, you have not.
I'm all right. I ain't so fragile.
That was unkind of me. I'm sorry, dear.
So, would you care to tell me about these, golden teeth?
Haven't you ever seen a novelty paperweight?
Heard about a guy, someone named Eugene, that had some golden teeth. You heard of him?
I remember a Eugene. Pleasant enough boy. Whatever happened to him?
Well, never said anything happened. Eugene shot himself.
Wish I could say I was surprised. That town has a way of crushing your spirit. At least his remains have returned to the soil where they belong. Except for his teeth, of course. Gold does not decompose. The teeth had to be removed. And while I am no licensed dentist, I should think I did a fair job of it.
So you're using decomposing bodies to fortify the soil to help your crops, is that so?
I cannot tell you how refreshing it is to converse with a rational mind. That's exactly right. Rot is necessary for life. A corpse is bursting with the nutrients a young sapling craves. The crops I grow here are natural, nutritious, healthy. My garden does more than fill the bellies of my flock. It keeps them from falling ill.
I see, and what do you mean by that?
Do you see anyone ailing in my camp? Unlike the people in Edgewater, my flock don't fall sick with plague.
You're calm compared to most people who would admit grinding up a corpse for fertilizer.
The Vale's barren. Been that way for years. Soil's been sterile about as long as I can remember.
But you found something to make it grow. I get it.
All I did was follow nature's own way. Death is essential to life. When the spirit leaves the body returns to the earth from whence it came. What remains is a carcass moldering neath the soil. Decomposition is a natural process, essential to new life. All life feeds on other life.
Alright, I have a phone call, so we will be there now.
Oh, I don't know. If it was me, I'd be glad to volunteer. Keeping others alive, that'd be a beautiful gift to leave. But none of the folk you used had a say. You didn't ask, ma'am. And what about my dad? I talk to his grave every Saturday. Is he even there?
Robert is just where you left him, dear. He died too long ago. By now, he's naught but a skeleton. Whatever you say, my dear.
Sorry about that. Trying to get money stuff situated so I can, try to make this stay existing instead of having to do something different. Alright, let's see. Let me pull this up again because it switched screens on me. Make sure we're still live and working. Excellent. I definitely want to get lockpick up more because we definitely are seeing the advantage of having that up. Yeah, see, now we can't get that any higher. Oh well. Alright. That'll at least get us into some more containers. Alright. Really need to get some other skills up too. But I know we definitely need that so we can get through containers, because there's been some containers that have been difficult to access. Ooh, we can pickpocket and steal now. Right. So we need to go back to Thompson and see if we can acquire his card. Tech skills 5. I believe we had something else that was tech skills 5. Yeah, that one. Don't think we need intimidate. Ah, that armor has tech skill 5 as well. Don't think we need that though, because this gives 4, and then the other one we were going to put on is 16 to 13. No, I think we can part with that one. Doesn't look terrible. Alright, so we have that. Don't know that we'll do sneaking 5. But what does it look like? Ah, that's the sniper guys that we've seen. Yep, that's good. We are certainly overweight, so we're trying to clear up some. Light, 180. That is better. Let's sell those.
Something I can help you with? Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
I'm selling you stuff, not buying. There you are. Let me check the timers here. Give me a second. There should be some messages that I wanted to make sure you guys saw that are supposed to be going out and don't seem to be working right this moment. Alright, so there is a giveaway going on, and it's supposed to be posting notification, but apparently it's not working. Alright, thanks for your patience. Let's see if that works. Are we still overweight? Really? Pravati, you need to be stronger. Guess we need to offload some food, too.
Something I can help you with? Fresh off the limb.
Still over, like I thought. That does add up. Body, we want to keep that so we can carry more. Maybe we should just go ahead and take some. We're still over by 8, even after bumping our body. Oh, I bet this one weighs a ton, doesn't it? Yeah, 15. Pravati, let's get you to wear that. Yeah, there we go.
What is it?
Krabby. There we go. I want to see what's off over here. Just the rocks. Yeah, cave. You know, Bravati, how do you feel like having a little bit different of a weapon? Hmm? See what you think about that. I can't use it, but I don't know what your skills are. It doesn't show me. And you haven't told me. So try that. Let me know how you like it. Laying down the fire would not be bad. Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. The area around is all desolate wasteland, and she has greenery. Yeah.
Don't mess with us.
Bunch of those canids there. Alright, well, let's press on. I really wish those lockers on the ship would work for us, because it really would be nice to offload things there. But no, why would that be allowed?
Not a peep from me.
Was that all of them, Pravati? Alright, looks like it. My, oh my, these beasties. Alright, I was going to say, does ammo weigh? Because that would definitely be weighing us down. Luckily not. But we do have a lot of light ammo. I'm wondering if we should switch to a gun that uses it. Oh, now that doesn't even work. Sad days. Where is this woman? There you are. We have something we need to speak about.
What I wouldn't do for a Wentworth.
What? What's a Wentworth? Here, I've been told I find you, and I have something you might be interested in.
Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong.
Actually, Stefan told me about your favorite cereal.
So you tracked me down just to gab about the mass marketeer? I am impressed.
Stefan wanted to watch this with you.
I see what's going on here. I'm being bribed. Well, it's working. I can't say no to my favorite cereal. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is going to be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to.
Take care. We can go to the power plant, but I think we should head back to town and deliver the medical supplies. There's a wall on our way this way. We'll have to go around. I thought I saw something. I did. Parvati, where are you?
Yep, be right over. That's the last of them.
Not sure why you decided to jump off when I told you to save. I hit save, and he's just like, leap off the cliff and break my leg. Alright, come on. Ooh, come on, Pravati. We need to be careful. They're up! Hi, Pravati. Are you feeling okay? Well, that was intriguing. Enough of them. Oh, hey, look, more. You sure it's the last of them? You said that last time. A named gun. Maybe it's unique. Maybe it's slightly better quality. I wish we could tell the vicar to come with us. Additional gun hand would help. We have an additional skills and perks we can use. Oh. We could try to steal the pass when we're back there. Yes. Yes. Get into his room, get ourselves a bowler hat, because, you know, we need to have a bowler hat. We could also modify our guns while we're back there. Maybe modify Pravati's as well. And dream of the ship actually allowing us to offload gear. I'm kind of thinking this round we need to put our skills towards the technical. Diplomatic would be good as well, and so would leadership. But we're about to go to a power station with robots and stuff. I kind of think maybe science and mechanics would be useful. We could also offload those disgusting appendages that we're told we had to acquire. Let's be sure we flag the excess. And of course, we've had a few minor points of frame drop, unfortunately. I don't know what it is about this open world area, but it seems to be where we get our frame drop.
Here they come!
Did someone restock this place for us? Intriguing. I mean, I certainly do not mind. A bit odd. Looks like it was just that one. That is alright. A shock type. That is something we should acquire, I think. Do Profides have 17 or more? I cannot remember.
It's not the best choice.
Something you need?
I've noticed you mentioned your father, but not your mother.
That's on account of how I never met her.
Interesting. How does that work?
She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the cannery computers. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, I got sent here.
I see. Is that normal?
Well, I don't know about normal. Dad said she worked under some kind of special contract. It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to raise me on his time than hers.
We shall continue talking on this later. When I apparently need more perception. Which I don't know a way to get. Oh well. We have 10 points. Improving our sneaks so that we can steal better would not be bad. But I do still think we need to get our tech up for the engineering, since that's where we're going. Of course, this would not be bad either. Armor would be nice. We would find that useful for what we've done. That would not be bad. Let me know what you guys think. I'm open to suggestions. Let's offload while we're here.
It's from the
Ah, this does not look like it can be modified like the others, because it does not have the slots. That is alright then. We will go ahead and equip it with how much improved damage it is. Armor 16, not 17. Still. I don't think we need to have one additional for dodge instead. You're using a heavy weapon. Let's leave you with that for now. Hack. Do we have any others that give hack? I do not believe so. No, we do not.
It's not the best choice.
It's the inadequate choice. I wonder, there was that one poster we could take. Are any of these others collectible? Negative. Wonder why we collect posters. But that is no matter for now. We do have to decide who is going to get the medical supplies. Do we give it to the old man? Or do we give it to the lady who said she wants to use it for others?
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
I know how you feel.
I have a few appendages for you.
Something to report?
Here you go. I have a bounty.
We pay by the finger. What do you have for me? Gil Antrim. Real name, Guillaume. Duly processed by a freelancer on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I remember him. Was just a kid last I saw him. Shame. I'll just need your signature here, 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 and here. Got any more fingers for me?
I do. One more, actually.
Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Cause of death. Let's just say overwhelming physical trauma. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve in the end. Still one outstanding bounty. If you've got a finger, I've got the paperwork.
I don't have that yet. Farewell. Let's see what she says when we turn the medical supplies to her.
Vale's a little safer, thanks to you. Anthracillin, huh? That's an anti-Cleo product. I appreciate your vigilance on behalf of Spacer's Choice. I'll make sure this medicine goes to where it's most needed.
Which is?
Sealed, packaged, and delivered to a Spacer's Choice storage facility. Standard procedure for contraband, you see.
And is there a reward?
You are, of course, entitled to a reward for assisting in the apprehension of any contraband. Your compensation and your receipt. Spacer's Choice wishes you a productive shift. Martin Abernathy. Interesting. I'll see to it that charges are filed against him.
What kind of charges?
Being stupid enough to hire a freelancer who turned him in. It's a punishable offense. All Spacer's Choice workers are expected to be exemplary judges of character. Mr. Abernathy has failed to meet these standards and will be duly punished.
We're Rogue Trader. We're not Inquisition. Goodbye.
Sometimes I wonder what I'm doing with myself.
We should keep our voices down.
I think, as a Rogue Trader, we would see the need of the people. I mean, our own pockets, but he doesn't seem to have money for us, so we will give it to her. She did mention she approved of smuggling, which, you know, Rogue Trader.
I've got some time.
Yeah, we'll give it to you. The medicine you're after.
Thanks. I'll see to it that this medicine gets to the people who need it. Here, something for your trouble. Nothing personal, but I hope we never do business together again. Don't want to make a habit of consorting with smuggler types.
Oh, never? Now that is harsh. At least something to remember you by.
You do have some cheek on you. Lucky for you, I kept a little contingency fee in case you tried to negotiate with me.
Out of curiosity, who do you see the medicine going to?
Somebody deserving. Silas on account of him being out in the cold. Amelia seeing how she's around people all the time. Anybody in the sick room?
Valid. So what do you do here?
Oh, I'm an actuary. That means I keep tabs on a worker's living expenses. How much it costs to feed, clothe, shelter, bury, and replace your average human worker. Technically, I'm employed by the Spacer's Choice Department of Human Resources.
I see. Well, I'll be leaving you then. Good day. That does seem like it's probably the proper choice for this individual. Sorry, had a distraction there for a moment. Mr. Abernathy, money.
You wanna mingle, go try the cantina.
I'm here to collect the gravesite fees.
Silas knows, doesn't he? That's why he sent you. That's why he wants me to pay up. He knows. Here, take my fees. I'm never getting that medicine, so I may as well buy myself a grave. Something nice and wide, with plenty of room to spin around inside.
I'll be heading now. Farewell. Wacko. We still overweight that much? Ay, 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 ay. Oh, that uses light.
Another day at the cannery.
Don't go knock.
When I was little, we'd get freighters in every Sunday noon. Now they only come but once a month. I love the wind here.
Don't know if I want to buy that. Defense and melee. Not what we need.
Nicely done.
Rate of fire. That could be useful. Don't know that I want to buy that one though. That would be useful if we get into melee. I think we already have all the zap we need. It's the heretic's choice would be another proper way of saying it. Fire noise. I don't think that matters on a shotgun. I think we'll leave you with what you have. What do you all think? Weapon range or weapon spread? Can we have a silent shotgun? Step
Put
back,
that
sir.
away. You're making me nervous.
Bring us honor, soldier.
You won't have to worry about that scout anymore.
You beat that scout to scrap with its own legs? Pulled its optic cables out its head case? Actually, don't tell me. Rather use my imagination. You're a passing fair soldier, I will confess. But you are one, and the enemy is legion. What you need is an equalizer. A weapon to strike fear in their cold, mechanical hearts.
Mm-hmm. You have such a weapon?
Lavatory. Behind one of the toilets. That's where I've kept it hidden all these years.
I see. You hide it in the lavatory.
Sharp, ain't it? The lavatory is the very last place a mechanical has need to enter.
Very well. I will let you know if I find it.
Soldier. Don't want the bartender poking around in there with a mop.
Can you let me out? Like, seriously, dude.
Something got you down?
Nothing.
So we go to a dirty bathroom. Wonderful. I'm so excited. And we'll go to Silas to turn in the gravesite fees.
Lovely to see you about, Miss Parvati.
Things going all right, Silas?
Been keeping him careful and true, miss.
What are you talking about, Silas?
Best to ask her yourself.
My dad's buried here. Silas watches over him when I can't leave the house.
I see. I am sorry.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Something I can do for you?
We were wondering what happened to Eugene. I found his teeth.
Oh, law, don't tell me. Marauders were serving his body as the centerpiece in their vile feasts. Did they stick a mock apple in his mouth?
Yeah, grisly business. You want to buy the teeth?
Still in good condition? I could always ask Conrad to have them installed.
Installed?
Eugene's teeth were handed down the generations, and my old chompers ain't getting any prettier.
I have a question for you.
Yeah?
Let me go.
Something I can do for you?
I thought I needed to turn in the gravesite fees. Apparently not. Where is the vicar?
Something I can do for you? You run into any trouble?
I'm all done. Paperwork, fees, signatures, all of that.
Reliable work from a freelancer. That's gonna take some getting used to.
Yeah, you know, I went out of my way for you.
And I'll buy you a drink sometime.
Is there anything more tangible?
Oh, suppose you've earned it. One good turn deserves another.
Alright, we'll take care. Excellent. We need to see if we can find the vicar, but we're gonna go to Ludwig first and deliver him the item that we have found. Kinda surprised we were that accurate with it. Not bad. Shots went right through him. That was strange.
Bring us honor, soldier.
I found your package.
Feast your eyes, soldier. This here is a genuine Spacer's Choice injury customizing unit, designed to deliver a lethal blast of electrical discharge. I call it the Hand of the Law.
Ah, I believe we already
You ever
have
wanna see
one.
a mechanical flailing around like a grounded fish? You stick a couple thousand volts in its guts. With compliments from old Ludwig.
Sure. So what is next?
Time's come for you to journey down into the black heart of the enemy's camp. I'm talking about the old geothermal plant. Unfortunately, the old plant lies outside my board-given jurisdiction. You'll need to get a passcode from the boss, Reed Thompson.
I have already acquired such.
I've been after a passcode for years. Boss said no on account of my gross incompetence with all matters related to security. I need you to get us the brain of a mechanical. Well, not exactly a brain. Anatomically speaking, what we're looking for is a logic module.
I see. What are you planning?
Don't tell anyone, all right? I've got a contact. A real expert in the inner workings of the automaton. We are gonna rip those mechanical secrets right out of their circuits.
Edgewater is in the middle of nowhere. You don't have a contact, do you?
Well, excuse me. What I meant was I'm going to get a contact. Didn't know I had to be all prissy about my grammar around you.
Very well. Simple enough. If I am able, I will do so.
If you die horribly, I will pour out a can of 0G to your memory.
Great. I'll be going. Let's see about swiping a card. What happened to that? What? I thought we had a stealth 5. Oh, man. I sold it because I didn't think we needed stealth, and I should have thought things through just a little bit more. Can I tell Pravati to start dancing and distract him? Pravati, when we get up there, start dancing.
Got it.
Yep. Stand right there and dance. Get their attention.
What do you think you're doing? You're lucky
Here they
I've
come.
already...
Gah, really? Is the only way to get our bowler hat to kill him. Can I dismiss you?
Got my sights on you.
Got my sights on you.
Got it. Heads down.
What?
What?
Alright, so we're going to need more stealth. Very well. It was worth a try, I guess. I mean, we could put 10 in now, but I do not believe that would be necessarily enough. I want his bowler hat. Don't judge me. It's a cool hat. Rogue traders must have cool hats.
Be right there.
You know what I just saw? We have 74 of the healing items. The inoculators. Probably weighing us down a bit. Yeah, so that's 7 pounds. I wonder if the vicar's over there. Oh, he is over there. We could go talk with him.
Ward 'em off.
Alright, well, that didn't go terrible. Strange noise. Let's go speak to the vicar. And then we will head to the geothermal power plant. These beasts, where do they come from? Vicar, how would you like to come with me right now? Strange, I guess we have not come this way before. Oh well. We can boost our body by one. I thought the vicar had left. Vicar, we need answers from you, sir.
I'll meet you on the ship when you're ready to depart from Emerald Vale, Captain.
Certainly, provided I wanted to talk to you about, Reed's request.
What? I thought you would talk to him.
You wanted to speak to me, Ms. Holcomb? Every time I've tried to engage you in conversation, you look at the floor, answer in single words, and slink away. I can't imagine what would be so grave as to drive her to my mission. What has Mr. Thompson asked you to do?
He wishes to cut off the power from Adelaide and the deserters.
Depriving them of safety from the marauders and wildlife. I can see why that troubles you. Miss Holcomb has a soft heart. Always has, if you believe the talk.
Okay, and what do you think of their group of Adelaides?
They rejected the order of society and live beyond the walls so thoughtfully provided by our Spacer's Choice patrons. Does that strike you as a responsible life choice?
Well, it depends on how well the leader can provide beyond the walls.
Astute. But I am here, not in the deserter camp. So that's not a variable I can account for.
Alright. And you advise what?
Assuming your goal is to save as many as possible, then you should bring everyone together. Send the power to Edgewater and convince the deserters to return to the fold.
Is that possible? Or how would that be possible, sir?
Not if things are left to stand as they are.
I found out that Adelaide is using corpses to improve the soil.
From our own graveyard, just outside the gates. And Silas had not even an inkling. What do they pay the man for?
He spends all day digging graves, Vicar. Sir. Sometimes he's got to sleep.
Yes, of course. My reaction was unreasonable.
You don't find what Adelaide's done objectable at all?
I'd need to give it careful consideration before answering. If it does improve the soil, it would seem to be a benefit overall. Once the spark of life is fled, the mortal form is but unanimated matter, comprised of the same elements as the rest of the universe. We inter for the comfort of the living, not the benefit of the dead. While distasteful, I would judge Ms. McDevitt's actions beneficial to the greater good.
You don't think that some would be upset that their relatives are being used as fertilizer?
Then I would counsel them to work through their emotions and assess the matter rationally. Animals are ruled by their hearts. Humans were gifted with intellect for a purpose.
Alright. Well, I appreciate it. I need to be going. Well, there we have it. Apparently Vicar says we send everyone here, and what she's doing is acceptable. Alright, let's offload those at the general store, and then we will be on our way to the geothermal plant. Miss Bravati, is there anything else you'd like to
I'm not
offer or
allowed in
share?
here. Not since the vending machine incident.
Holcomb, got my eye on you, girl.
You behave yourself.
Miss Holcomb ain't allowed in this establishment.
Yes,
Not
she
since
is
that little
now.
incident.
What incident are you worried about?
Ask her if you care. I'm running a business here.
I won't touch anything while we're in here, Mr. Moreau. I promise.
Let's trade.
Music to my ears.
Yeah? Well, then maybe you should behave. 130.53. That is a decent increase. We could equip her with that. Melee weapons, meh. Don't really need melee weapons. Hacking 5 on a helmet? I wouldn't think that mining helmets would give hacking. Dodge distance, interesting. I do like the idea of that one. But I don't know that we want to pay that much for it. I would like to find one. Miss Holcomb, we must head out.
Don't go knocking your work.
We have things to do. Sorry about the little camera swing. I was trying to move it off to something else, and then it finished loading. At least our load times are improved. I moved it to the different hard drive to improve things. Vicar, 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 if only you would come with us now, you could enjoy these adventures.
We're pretty good at this.
You know, it looks like we could potentially go over that way. Let's check there and then go around that way. If there's any in warp anomaly, I'd like to know. I've seen no aspects of the warp here, which is, you know, pleasant, but unfortunate, because as far as I know, that's how I wound up here, was the warp tear. So it'd be nice to return home. Slippery, watch your step. feel like I had some foresight of what can happen here. Be careful with the
You can
place.
see the whole world from here.
Ow.
Okay, gone quiet. That's the last of them.
Another rifle to sell. What was that noise? Some more of those beasts.
That's the last of them.
That's a big boy. Seems like they're always led by one of those big ones. And of course, we're at the weight issue again. You'd think there'd be another space with a cave or something in one of these areas, since there was before. But we've not found another one. Where's this go? We found a vending machine. Really? Ah, I see. Can't get in there. The shotgun works well, but only when you get close range. Decent bit of gear in this location, even though it seems like it's been abandoned and then marauders moved in. They seem to have been able to acquire some supplies, so we will acquisition them. I believe that's all other than the machine here. So either they crashed here or they shot it down. Well, that was disappointing.
That's the last of them.
Yep, you have a big gun. Alright, well, what do you all think we should do? Continue to explore or invade the geothermal plant now? Looks like there should be some way up there. Bridge? We'll need to check that building when we're ready to go in. Wow, that doggy had eaten a lot of stuff. Where is this dog individual that we're supposed to hunt as well? Maybe they're up on that area where we need to, look like, do some hopping to get to. We'll investigate this area and then we'll head back to geothermal.
Dang, that's impressive.
I'm glad you think so. Accessing things is always a necessity in my line of work. Have we not already been here? Yeah, we have. Alright. Alright, back to the geothermal plant.
I've always wanted to poke around in here. Don't mess with him. Coming back! On my way! Moving! Be right there!
Let them come to us so we can shoot them.
On my way! Alright, I'm on the move! Coming! Be right there! On my way!
Unable to take aim.
In a jiff!
Target lost.
Got it!
Error. Target reacquired.
On my way.
See, let them come, get in range of the electro shotgun, and we will take care of them quite rapidly.
Nice.
She evidently knows nothing of tactics. And give me just a moment, we will press on. And we move on. Can we declare them all mutants and just exterminate us? Ah, let's disable the security fence. Oh, that's troubling. All this equipment just left to rot. We're here, we might as well offload it. It's retard's choice. We blew him through the fence. Okay. Let's go in here, see what we can find.
The control room should be ahead somewhere and a touch to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing. Here we go. We're pretty good at this. You're fast.
Oh, so they are not sentient. They're not abominable AI. They are programmed. Well, it appears they do have quite a few machines here. This is the second vending machine we've found just in this unexplored area. Blah. You know, there's better ways to deal with unneeded assets like that. Just the Imperial Guard. Alright, so what do we have here? Alright, on we go. Also, I'm thinking of starting Wasteland 3 on Monday. So if you'd like to be a member, let me know. Whoa.
Wow, you got that?
Oh yeah, I got this. So they decided to retire their employees in a questionable manner.
Gosh, that's clever.
Alright, my guess is there's more of these lovely mechanicals here. Yep, there we go.
Wow, great work!
Pravati, with where you grew up and everything you've been through, you're awfully optimistic and upbeat. Three. Meh. Looks like these machines are broken. That's disappointing.
Get away!
Interesting. Oh, wow. 69. Can we get there? That is 69 hack? We'd need to do 15. Give me just a second. Alright. Yep, we're gonna have to do that. That should help make things better. Down in the pit. Let's look down in the pit then.
Self-diagnostics complete. Navigation systems operational. Combat systems operational. It's not the best choice. It's the spacer's choice.
Ah, you were the one that was in the junkyard.
All systems fully operational. Return journey successfully completed. Spacer's Choice would like to thank you for complying with your duties.
You're not attacking me like the others here are. What's going on?
Hostile actions towards Spacer's Choice mechanics are contrary to logical directive. Conclusion: all hostile automechanicals must be defective in compliance with Spacer's Choice policy. All defective automechanicals must be permanently dismantled. Please allow me to assist.
Sure, we can do that.
Affirmative. Mechanicide protocols loaded. Awaiting confirmation.
Do we want to do this? I'm thinking probably. Aw, he even has the name Jeremy. Jeremy, where'd you go?
Go away, Phantom! No, just leave me alone! Get away!
I wish I could do that. Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
All invest.
Warming! Don't mess with us. That hurt. Everyone all right?
Alright, well we turned that off, that's good. Alright, now we need to try to catch up with Jeremy.
Process beginning.
Oh no.
to God.
Our armor has taken some damage. Next time we can repair it, it would be wise and prudent to do so. Ah, I know where we are. Now let's see where this one goes. This goes to... Ah, okay. Alright, time to acquire any assets that we can, and then we will move on. And then we'll search that pit. It sounds like there actually is someone still alive in this desolate place. Alright, so we have done that. We just need to go down to the pit and see who's there, and apparently there is one of those engineering manuals there. I don't know what they're for, but I want them. You never know when they're going to come in handy. Alright, freed up some space. Now, if we can find the way down.
Go away, Phantom!
I am the phantom of your life past. I am here to collect your soul.
No, just leave me alone! No, just leave me alone!
That is what we're looking for.
You're not real. You're not real.
So if I shoot you, will it be imaginary?
You're not real! You're not real! Get away from me, Phantom! Shoot! Scram!
No, calm down. I wasn't trying to startle you. Most people just don't see me coming.
Most people? But I'm the only one left. No. Remember your first rule, Higgins. No arguing with the Phantoms. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
You're eating sprats.
Of course. Sprats are an excellent source for my daily recommended intake of mercury. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder.
And how long have you been down here?
Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2 weeks and forever. My recollection's a touch fuzzy these days.
And what exactly do you do here?
Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant.
You were an engineer?
I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section.
So you must know a way to stop them.
Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons.
I can deal with them. I made it this far, didn't I?
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Mechanicals follow behavior of logic module. Someone tampered with it.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
Okay, I would like to speak with you on something.
The tail. Definitely start with the tail. If you're feeling adventurous, the ears are a particular delicacy.
Have you been surviving this whole time?
Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides.
So you ate sprat.
Braised. Boiled, charred, skewered. Sprats are good eating, friend. Chock full of brain food.
What happened to this place?
Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium.
You weren't killed?
I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as usual, I missed out.
Don't think that's a bad thing. I should be going. Pravati, I think someone has lost their marbles. Well, more so than the rest of the people in this place. I feel like I'm losing mine too. Alright, back to the control room to... yeah. Hopefully be done with this place. So, Spacer's Choice. Paid to have the machines upgraded so that they would kill all the employees. And they wouldn't have to deal with any termination fees. Lovely.
Once we do this, there's no going back.
Yep.
Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
Let's hear your opinion. What do you think?
I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
Reed says that Edgewater's going to die without workers in power.
That sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way.
At the same time, the deserters do have a community. Should we destroy that?
Miss McDevitt's been using corpses in her fertilizer. The thought just makes my skin crawl. Sure, she's found a solution, but it ain't exactly pleasant. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
I see your point. I think we can make a decision.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something.
I'm glad you did. It's your people, not mine, so I kind of would rather you make the decision.
Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
What do you guys want to do? All right.
I think you did the brightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. People I care for. Even if they ain't care much for me. You mean about the mission being too clean?
I was actually talking about you asked if I was a drinker. Not really.
Sorry. I know, it's none of my business.
I'm gonna guess you're not a drinker.
Strong drink makes me sick. And it makes me real sad. I start thinking about things I oughtn't, and then... Well, never mind that. You got better things to think on. Sorry.
Well, if you want to talk about it, you can.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything.
So, why aren't you allowed in Monroe's anymore?
There was a kind of a thing with a vending machine when I was 12.
Wait, 12? That was a long time ago.
Sure, but folks got long memories around here. I've always been good with my hands, right? So I saw a lock on the machine and thought, oh, this must be how they refill it. But I had to know. So I did my thing, and next thing I know, there's a couple hundred bottles of 0G rolling out the front door and into the road. It's not funny. Right about then, a bunch of loaders came rolling in the gate, fresh off the Saltuna ships. And Mr. Thompson was up on the porch making a speech about how everyone would have to volunteer a third shift to get it all canned. Anyhow, you ever seen an auto loader run over a bottle of 0G?
Go on.
Exploded all over Mr. Thompson. One bottle after another as the loaders went by. I was just shy of working age, so Dad had to pay all the damages. Moreau's still angry at me. I can laugh about it now, but I just about puked up my guts in terror in the moment. That's the one time I ever made Mr. Thompson look a fool.
What do you mean by the mission's too clean? Isn't it supposed to be clean?
I know, but Vicker says the universe is a machine, that it runs by law. Real machines have gunked up oil, scratches, and worn bits. You can tell they've seen handling, been used by folk. The machine Vicker sees is one ain't never been run. It's not for people to live in. It's something on a museum shelf, under glass.
Then why did you want to talk to him?
The Vicar's about the only soul in the Vale who spends his time thinking on what is and ain't right. It's just that when he looks at me, I feel I'd disappoint him.
I see. Well, let's get back to it. Just trying to move some stuff off so we can liquidate it a little quicker. Sounds like that's the option that Vicar wanted and that she wanted, and since it's their people, we'll let them have it. Nah, the lady there, Adelaide, is probably going to be pretty cranky, but we'll have to try to see if we can convince her that she needs to head back and join up. We'll see. Okay, so we can't get up there. I thought maybe. Looks like there should be a way. Yeah, let's go offload. Maybe see if we can get the ship working and get Vicar to come with us. Then we can have him carry some more stuff for us. I do want to head over there. It looks like you should be able to get up there. And we fired at the moon. And the other moon. And the other planet. Hey, Raiders! Nope, none of them around. I guess they call themselves Marauders. But, you know. Raider, Marauder, Scum. Take your pick. Quite a bit of ammo for this gun. I do think the fire rate increase would be useful on that shotgun. It's not bad, just shoots too slow. Oh, are we going to be able to sell stuff to the guy, or is he not going to let us sell stuff? Looks like the power's out. Well, not completely.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally. How do you expect me to enjoy the adventures of the masked marketeer with no power?
Adelaide's okay. Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. Whoa, Miss Parvati. Hey, you're, what, how are you? Hi, hello.
Are you, are things safe out here? How are you keeping?
Great, just great. I've been trying to keep stuff running, just like you. Only I'm not so... Wait, they didn't kick you out, did they?
Oh gosh, no, I'm just along with this fella here.
I seen you wandering around here. You don't look like you're coming from town.
Just trying to get my ship off the ground.
Never heard it phrased in such a way before. I guess we're all trying to get our ships off the ground, ain't we? Sorry, I just wasn't sure if you were from town or if you were one of us.
No, like
Something's been
literally,
chewing at
ship
me,
off the
see?
ground.
Fact is, I've been, well, lying. To everybody here. Camp thinks I'm a mechanical genius, but I couldn't fix a busted chair.
Well, you know, never too late to start learning. You want a few pointers?
I'll take all the help I can get. I set my mind to learning the craft of the engineer, you see. I want to make something of myself. You ever heard of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering? Comes in a set of 3. If I had my hands on one of those data pads, I could teach myself the ins and outs.
Those are good. My dad kept a copy with him when he was working in the cannery.
I know the old community center kept a copy. Should find another one back in town. If you could find me even one of those pads, I'd be greatly obliged.
You mentioned 2, what about the 3rd?
I wish I knew. I wager the town had the full set once upon a time. Where the 3rd's gone, I can't say.
Well, today's your lucky day. I have some of them.
No kidding. Really? Well, which one?
Part 1.
Look at that. Building a computing machine out of Spectrum potatoes, a primer. I'm just glad it survived all these years. I appreciate you going through all that trouble.
Yeah, not a problem.
In fact, I put aside something special on the off chance that somebody'd search out those data
well,
pads
hold
for me.
on. I got another one for you.
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
Part 2.
Ain't that just ironical? If I'd worked a little longer back at the cannery, I might have found this myself. 2 whole data pads? Be still my beating heart. Oh, almost forgot your payment.
Well, on that topic, you know...
Well, don't keep me in suspense.
Part 3 was actually in the old geothermal plant.
The geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals.
Yep.
That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Aside from you, Ms. Parvati, I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
All right. Well, I want to ask you something.
What's on your mind?
How long you lived here?
Couple months. This camp's my home. People you see milling about, they're my family. At least I think of them that way. I owe them my life. Would have died in the wilderness if they hadn't chanced upon me, starving and delirious.
What were we doing in the wilderness?
We all left the cannery for one reason or another. Me? I was let go, mostly on account of my incompetence. I mean, I was incompetent. I couldn't even survive on my own. Grace found me, Adelaide took me in, I've been on my feet ever since.
You weren't incompetent. You just didn't fit the cannery. Not like here.
Ow.
This place had a U-shaped hole, and now it doesn't.
You could stay, you know. Here. I'd be happy to... I mean, we could really use... oh, this isn't coming out right. If you want, Adelaide would make a place for you.
We should be going.
Marauders can't see us in the dark. Wild canids, on the other hand.
I talked Zoe into coming back.
We didn't always get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened, anyway?
Well, she jumped up with a bunch of marauders. They hadn't hurt her.
Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
Sure. I'll be heading out. And now we face the music of someone who's going to be very unhappy.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock, so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it?
You people need to stick together. You're not surviving separate.
You want my flock wasting their lives in that cannery? Fine. Go and talk to them. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility.
Very well.
And you
And
tell
what about
Reed
you?
Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management.
What happened to you? All this anger's coming from somewhere.
My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment. Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear.
Very well. We'll come back to Edgewater. We can deal with things there.
As long as Reed is still in Edgewater, I will not return. Those are my terms.
I can deal with Reed.
You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together.
Reed isn't going to leave his post too willingly. I'll need some help convincing him.
Tell him what I have already told you. That I know the secret to bringing life back to the soil. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients.
And when you run out of corpses, what's the plan?
Edgewater's cemetery's got corpses aplenty. Enough for a generation's worth of crops.
All right.
What do you think you're doing? Just
Really? You're going to get mad when there's no reason to have it there? Whatever. Hey, Thomas, you want to head back to Edgewater?
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all.
Well, you won't survive without power. Time to go back to Edgewater.
I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again.
Okay, don't. Be an engineer.
You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one. I could do a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench and my very own toolbox. It's just... Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawling back to my old life in Edgewater, and I'm as good as dead to her.
Alright, well stay put. I'm going to try talking Reed to stepping down.
You know where to find me.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it.
Sure. There's nothing left. You guys should head back to Edgewater.
The matter's been weighing on me. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out in the first place. Who's to say I could keep marauders from slipping in? I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna have to make our peace with Thompson and hope he takes us back. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked to us again.
I'm going to see if I can get Reed to step down.
Sure, suit yourself. I'll be here.
Alright.
Zoe says she fought her way out of a marauder camp with her own bare hands.
No. Here's some junk for you.
Nothing. With the power gone, we've got...
Oh, fine. Can't get back in the greenhouse either. Interesting. Not sure why the doors sealed shut when they were open. It's like they had enough power to close. Oh, there we go. I think that was the only thing we missed. Alright, Reed. Give me that bowler hat. deal and you let me have it, or do I have to take it by force? I need his key. I need the hat. Carry weight 50 or fast travel while overweight. We'll go here. Offload, then head in. Can also complete the mission for this guy. Hey, hold up right there.
Never seen the Veil lit up like this before.
I have the logic module you wanted.
Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes.
Indeed.
I would reward you with the gratitude of the resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple bits for your trouble, and a little something to remember me by.
Take care. We come for Thompson. Oh, interesting. Please let me steal.
I'm going. Sure.
What was that? What do you think you're doing? Just
incoming!
Don't make more.
Are you out of your mind? You just killed him. Mr. Thompson. Reed Thompson, you know, my boss? I can't. I need to leave. I need to get away from here. You killed Mr. Thompson for talking down his note. Let's just...
Can we swipe it as you leave? I guess, if you leave.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason, So, when can I expect them back at their posts?
Well, we actually need to talk about something.
Go ahead.
Well, have you looked around town lately?
It is my job to keep 2 eyes on my town. I am the steward of this place, and this is my watch post.
The town is falling to pieces.
I wish you wouldn't say things like that.
Do you disagree?
Yes, as a matter of fact. When I stand at my window and look out over my town, here's what I see. I see decent, loyal, hard-working people. I see a family. We are all part of the Spacer's Choice family. We are all doing what we were brought into this world to do.
Well, let's talk about something else.
Go ahead.
About the plague.
Can we not? Talking about unpleasant things always gets my bile up.
You withhold medicine from your own workers?
If I had enough medicine to treat everyone who fell sick, I would, but I don't. I can't save everyone.
And
so I have to choose.
And you let Adelaide's son die, and that's why she's furious with you.
Adelaide's son was barely competent. I treat him with our medical rations, and it looks like I'm playing favorites. Now, I will not pretend to understand the suffering Adelaide must have felt on account of losing her child, but she is not the only one to have felt such suffering. I wish she had stayed with us. Adelaide left us when we needed her most.
And how long the plague been going on?
That I cannot say. There was no moment when the plagues began. Disease always lurks on the fringes of society, waiting to infect the idle and the lethargic. But in the last 10 years, the plagues have become progressively worse and increasingly frequent.
Correct. You should have developed an immunity after repeated exposure to a single strain of a contagion.
Corporate doesn't like us using the word should. It encourages the imagination. I believe plague is a test. It is a test of our loyalty and our fortitude, and it is one we will see through to the end.
You need help.
Go ahead.
You seem pretty fixed to bring Adelaide back to town.
Adelaide was our only flavor specialist. We are a Saltuna canning institution. Saltuna without flavor is like a cysty pig without tumors, borderline inedible.
Don't you eat anything other than Saltuna?
Were it up to me, friend, I'd stack our larders with Saltuna galore. No other brand of Saltuna adds as much vim or vigor to the body's humors. But, and this is something we must keep between the two of us, Saltuna is hard to come by, what with being a species indigenous to the seas of another world.
And what are you canning exactly?
Oh, we've scavenged together some organic material from the surrounding environs. Mostly organic, mostly local mushrooms. Some of which possess a texture akin to a well-boiled slab of Saltuna. The difference is all but impossible to detect to any but the prissiest of palate. Go ahead.
Oh my. So what makes you think you can convince the deserters to come back?
That you are not one of us may work to your advantage. Adelaide and her folk loathe the people of Edgewater, you see. I admit the fault was mine. I'm about as diplomatic as a bristling canid. I just hope Adelaide and her folk will see their way past my flaws and return to town.
People move on sometimes. It's the way of things.
Scripture tells us we all have our purpose in the world. Our work shows us that purpose. We should not have to move on from it. Yes, we have lost good workers to desertion. We have lost even more to plague. But it is why we must square our shoulders and carry on. Go ahead. I appreciate what you've done for us.
Adelaide said she would not return as long as you are here.
Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes, but I have done my best for this town.
The town's terrified of plague. Abernathy asked me to steal medicine for him.
I am not without compassion for Abernathy's predicament, but the plague has taken a hard toll on us all. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer, but it is my home.
Adelaide's people aren't getting sick.
I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic.
The town doesn't eat anything but saltuna. Of course you're all getting sick.
You are disparaging our parent company, and it is not appreciated. We are a Spacer's Choice Saltuna cannery. We eat saltuna here, and only saltuna.
I know, you fill your cans with anything you can salvage. It's disgusting, it's not healthy.
Health is a state of mind, friend. Afflictions in one's body are reflections of afflictions in one's work ethic and attitude. Now listen, I do not know what pretty rhetoric Adelaide has fed you, but plagues are a simple fact of life.
Adelaide found a way to grow food. She'll come back if you step down.
You will excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil?
Look, Reed, just involves some really complicated math and it works.
If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me.
What's your plan?
A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them.
Why not?
No such thing as an honorable resignation. Suppose I could find a place outside the walls, or put in for early retirement.
Can't be easy for you.
I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy.
Alright, take care.
Got my sights on you.
Heard you've been taking down marauders.
What?
There's a way we could remove just one of them. I want the hat.
Are you out of your mind? You just killed him. A favor? You just made me an accomplice to murdering my boss. I can't. I need to leave. I need to get away from here. I need to get away from you.
Oh, come on. He was garbage.
You killed Mr. Thompson for talking down his nose at me? You got a real twisted sense of chivalry, you know that? Let's just move on. I couldn't forgive myself if I let you loose upon the Vale unsupervised.
I want to reread that terminal and see if there's anything we actually need other than the bowler hat. He's a traitor. What are you doing with Armored Ballistics armor? You're supposed to have Spacer's Choice armor. Wow. You can't do anything because you are not your predecessor, who doesn't exist anymore. Ah, it's just Inspiration 5. But it looks so cool! We don't need to make her upset. Maybe he'll leave it for what's her name to get and we can ask her for it. Alright, let's get back to the ship. And make sure we don't accidentally pick the geothermal plant, because that wouldn't help.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome! Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling.
I can understand. You didn't seem very happy in Edgewater.
Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves for my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think?
Why would you want to go into space with a stranger, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Edgewater was on the verge of collapse before you showed up. You sent them power, and now the town might see another season. All those people living in Edgewater, you never owed them a thing. But you went out of your way for them. Helped them when nobody else would. You ain't exactly a stranger anymore. You done some kindness hereabouts. I wouldn't mind following somebody like that.
You wanted Edgewater that badly?
Yeah, I really do.
All
My
right.
whole life's been small. I realized that when you walked into town. I've been seeing the same faces every day, the same sky, the same stars. Then I saw this ship. This gorgeous, stately lady with her eyes turned skyward, and I made up my mind to come along with you.
All right. Well, I guess pick a cabin.
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
It's good to be a captain again, that's for sure. Was a rogue trader captain, had my own ship, and that was all gone. At least I get one here. Hey, Max.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. I find myself marveling at the complex simplicity of the Fibonacci spiral. I'm sure you know what that's like. Something vexing you, Captain?
Any idea where you find someone who speaks French?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous philosopher scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bakonu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
Sounds like a lead. Where do you find him?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
How would you happen to know about hacking?
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain, secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
I see. So how will the manifest help you track your friend?
I'll comb the last 6 months of departure manifest to track the Philosophist's off-world destination.
Very well. Let me get going.
Captain, I have detected that Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community. What can I do for you, Captain?
I have the power regulator.
Do you know how to install a power regulator?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure. Our engine room is
Wonderful.
located behind you. Across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
I'll be back. I'm not sure if she's an abominable intelligence or not. How are you flying without one? Or did it somehow just disappear when it blew?
What can I do for you, Captain?
Power regulator installed.
All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Sure, let's get out of here. We'll re-land and then go talk to Adelaide. But let's make sure we're good first. Seems to be operable.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Alright, better be quick.
Based on my initial calculations of Dr. Wells's personality, that seems highly unlikely.
Of course.
Ah, there you are, hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
Apparently some warp ability or something to slow and alter time, which is kind of weird.
Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Okay. Could we not just put a few light years between us and Halcyon? Try to find my way back to where I belong?
Without a skip drive, good luck. You'll be dead before you make it to the nearest star. Look, I admire your optimism,
Warp drive.
but the sad truth is you're stuck here. You, me, and the rest of this colony. We're all skating precariously around the edge of oblivion together. None of
No
us
warp
are leaving
drive, no
Halcyon
Emperor.
alive, so
Of course not.
we may as well make it a better place. And we
No
can
Geller
start
Fields
by
either.
reviving the Hope.
And how do you know you can trust this Gladys?
Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her.
And why not land outside Stellar Bay?
In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb.
Oh,
You'd
that sounds
have to be a
entertaining, doesn't
lunatic
it?
to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Kelly.
Fine. We'll talk with her.
Excellent.
Maybe.
I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the holographic shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
I'll put it to good use, thanks.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have
Okay.
any questions, come see me in my lab.
Thrilling.
And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart,
Great.
please select a destination on your
Okay.
navigation terminal. We are now in orbit above Edgewater, Captain.
Oh, finally. Alright, so we'll give him maybe the shotgun and we'll go back to our assault rifle. This one has 230, this one has 238. This does 24. This does 19. We'll put him in that one. Oh, this one can't have a mod. Well, that's good to know. So that would make him more accurate. I think I want to use this, but I don't know what I want to put on it. So we'll hold off for now. Alright, let's offload mods and then we'll go explore. Let's see what we can do. That would have been useful. Make the shotgun work a little better. Alright, we need to... Alright, holographic shroud would be useful. Let's see about getting this individual taken care of, and then we will go talk to Adelaide. I can't believe we forgot these. We missed them.
Coming over to you.
Of course we're getting some frame drops. Why not? Ah, she is back in that area I said we should get to. Well, isn't that interesting? How do we get up there? Has to be some way. Just not there. Maybe this side passage here. Nice. Just exploring before we go back into that cave system. Alright, let's go. Looks like this area is clear, which only leaves the one box here and the lady or man in that cave that needs to be brought in. Feeling a bit more like we have a retinue. If only we could bring more people with us.
Quietly now.
That didn't go too bad, did it? Cleaned him out fairly quick. Alright. Adelaide. Ow. Guess we could have just left and let them all hang out here.
I don't know how much longer we'll last without power.
Let them figure out their own mess. Can you let me
Look at
have his
that.
hat?
The snake's come back.
Hey, what's your tone? Reed's leaving. Get your butt back to Edgewater.
I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on with our lives as best we may. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward.
Edgewater needs you to run the place.
You telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted. I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater. Got a considerable burden to carry.
I understand. Take care.
Sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what to do is all.
Adelaide's moving back to Edgewater.
Adelaide said that? Was she sober at the time? I never imagined she'd step foot in Edgewater long as Reed ran the town. Something must have changed in Edgewater. Adelaide's good as family. If she's going back, so are we.
See you later.
Never liked Reed much. Can't say I'm sorry he's gone.
I need some time to gather my personals.
Now I can go out the back and see what's there. There we go. Thought I was out of blast range. Guess not. Alright, so just back up in the back area where we were. Alright. Did he leave all his gear by his shop? If so, we can acquisition it and put it to use. Righty. Let's mosey on down this way and head back to town. Oh.
Won't get any mercy from me.
That's the last of them.
Cool. Okay, there's the melee one, not the other one that we wanted. That's alright. Yeah, let's head over to the cannery and take a look.
Don't go knocking
See
your
if
work.
Reed's
At
there,
least we've got work.
or if Thompson's, or yeah, if Reed's there, or if Adelaide's there.
Something got you down?
Nothing. Just don't want to fall sick.
Oh, slow walk.
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Hey, thanks for helping me back in that cave.
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it.
Can't tell if you're pleased to be in town or not.
Hard to say. Without Reed, we've got the run of the town.
Guess that's a good thing.
Adelaide went on about living in harmony with one another and whatnot. We'll see if it comes to pass.
Hope so. See ya.
Vale's a little safer, thanks to you.
Here's a bounty.
We pay by the finger. What do you... Mabel Burgess. Age 37? Right or left-handed? Let's just say no longer applicable. I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's medicine. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint ink. Here's all the compensation you've earned, plus a bonus.
What's deputy constable?
You've done such a bang-up job hunting down our former workers that I thought it only proper to deputize you. Congratulations.
So how did so many of the people end up marauders?
Let me stop you there. It is official Spacer's Choice policy that all marauders, regardless of prior affiliation to the Spacer's Choice brand, no longer qualify as our people.
I see. But that doesn't really answer the question.
Marauders are folk who lost the will to keep working, wandered out into the wilds and gave into their baser instincts. Not everyone's cut out to work in Edgewater. Some turn deserter, some turn marauder. None of them get my sympathy.
They do seem to like Adrena time.
Everybody likes Adrena time. It is the finest medical drug ever developed by Spacer's Choice. Much better than that crap anti-Cleo pedals. Sure, a little too much Adrena time can bring out the violent animal in you, but if overdosing on Adrena time turns you into a lunatic, you have only yourself to blame. Says so right on the warning label. Violent psychosis is a well-documented and legally accounted for side effect of Adrena time.
Okay, something else.
What's on your mind?
Well, I guess that's all. Goodbye.
A friend of mine died a couple weeks back.
No surprise he shot himself if he was hyped up on that. Can I have his hat?
Time changes all things. Even Reed's stranglehold over Edgewater must inevitably yield to the attrition of time.
Now that Reed's gone, what do you plan to do?
Start anew. Edgewater will become the town it was meant to be. A place where we live in harmony with the world. Where none of us writhe under the whips of corporate masters. A place where all are welcome. Except for Reed's supporters, of course.
And what about the plague?
Saltuna was making the town sick. From now on, if anybody's hungry, they may feast from the bounty of the soil.
You still using the fertilizer?
But of course. And now we have a whole cemetery to ourselves.
In your garden?
The garden will bloom anew. I have plans to transform the old cannery into a nursery, with crops enough to feed a town.
Alright, take care. I hope that meets your approval. Ah! Alright, we're done. Hope you all have enjoyed. Hope you have enjoyed the story and will join us next time for more adventures. As always, enjoy the story. We'll see you next time.